And we're live outside. Hey, everybody, this is Rock Queens 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Oklahoma. It's a steamer, guys. It's hot. It's just sizzling hot. And look at me. I'm just sweating. I'm out in the elements for you guys to do this live stream. Guys, how's it going? How's it going? It's race day. Race day in the Poconos. Vroom, 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 vroom. How I miss going to NASCAR races at times, especially at Pocono Raceway, the Tricky Triangle. Had a lot of good times there. Let me tell you, well, he just crashed and burned. Ha ha ha. We're gonna put a black flag on him, huh? Anyway, so I was going to do so much for the stream, and there was one thing I couldn't find, and my husband puts stuff, like he puts it in like these totes, you know, and all this. I don't know where this one thing is, but oh well. But it's Raceway at Pocono, and I hope Denny Hamlin wins. But from what I looked at, all right, and this was like what, 15 minutes ago. So they're at lap 32. Okay. So now it's probably about lap 50, okay? It's 160 laps, guys, 160 laps. And it always seems like it rains in Pocono. There was a few times, well, actually one time, where Ed and I went to Pocono, and it rained and rained and rained, and it didn't stop. So the race was postponed until the next day, which is Monday. And that put a wrench into everybody's day, because a lot of people work, right? So 160 laps. If you're into NASCAR, let me know in the chat, guys. Let me know who's your driver. My driver was Tony Stewart. Good old Smoke. Okay? And he knows me as Room Room, believe it or not, with Ryan Newman. Ryan Newman and Tony Stewart did a live stream one time, and they called me Room Room. And I actually had Tony Stewart's tire here. But because of the wildfire, well, it's just melted rubber. I should send it back to Tony Stewart. But that tire was from Chicagoland. Anyway, I will admit, guys, I am not into NASCAR like I used to. I think NASCAR, every freaking year, they change the rules and regulations and to make it more exciting. They're woke now, okay? They are woke. I wish Bubba Wallace would go somewhere else, kick him to the curb, go on another track and stuff, because I'm sick of his crap. When it comes to certain things. Always stirring up the pot. Michael Jordan is there racing with his team. The good old 23. He has a race team running in Pocono. These are the times where when I talk about NASCAR, and you know, this is where I wish I would go in my studio and I would show all the fun times we had racing together. I'm talking about go-karts. And also, Pocono has a go-kart school, a racing school. And yes, I went there once. And so does Oakland Valley and Cattleback. So we had a good time in Pocono and all these races we used to go to. life goes on, right, guys? Life goes on. People change. I mean, you know, for those that don't know, I used to be a baseball player when I was a kid. I don't even watch baseball anymore. I watch Savannah Bananas though, but not baseball like the Yankees or the Mets or the Philadelphia Phillies or whatever. Even with NASCAR. You know, I think they bring good memories to me, okay? They really do. But I used to drink a whole lot at NASCAR races. And I used to, like, fight with, like, Jimmy Johnson's, you know, fans. I'm like, he sucks. And, you know, we would fight. And Ed would be like, oh, my God, she's going to get in a fight. Am I going to be thrown out? And then at the end, we're like, oh, we're so buddies. Oh. It was a sight to see most of the time. So, Denny Hamlin, I hope he gets it. Congratulations to Denny Hamlin on the birth of his son. He missed Mexico City. I don't know why they... Mexico City is for wrestling, okay? Lucha Libre. You know, world-class wrestling. Maybe F1, you know, races too. But not NASCAR, guys. Not NASCAR. NASCAR is American as apple pie and baseball and corruption. Alright? And all that. But I shouldn't have a say because I really don't watch NASCAR anymore. But congratulations on the birth of his baby boy. And I hope Denny Hamlin wins it in honor of his son. I remember, I don't know if it was Daytona. I think it was in Bristol, where Denny Hamlin won a race. Okay? I liked him. I like my smoke, right? I like my smoke. My allegiance is with smoke. Tony Stewart. And Ed like, you know, Denny Hamlin, you know? And so he was up and coming. But I think he was in Bristol and his grandmother passed away. And he was so emotional. And we got so emotional. We were so happy for him. Because you knew his grandmother was in that car with him driving. You know, that song by Carrie Underwood, Jesus Take the Wheel. Well, his grandmother took the wheel. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Right? So Pocono, I wish I was there. If I was there, I would go to the races and then I would go to Mount Airy Casino to play poker. Those were my stomping grounds. You know that. Yeah. But good luck, whoever wins. You know, put the hammer down, guys. Vroom, vroom, vroom. I just wish Tony Stewart was involved. But he's into drag racing now. He got married finally to that girl. And I can't believe it. I'm not up to date with his news and stuff. But yeah. He finally got married. You know. He owns a racetrack too. He actually has a game out on Xbox. You know, all dirt tracks. You know, it's like Tony Stewart dirt racing or whatever. But those were the days, guys. Those were fun times. You know, fuzzy times and all that. But, you know. And you know what I found when I was trying to find this thing for the stream? I found this. I bet you, somebody was trying to tell me something. I'm going to show you what it is. Look at this. Tulsa Raceway Park. I couldn't believe it. And I think, nope. And I truly believe Ed pointed that to me. He told me, go on that thing, look for your little thing what you're going to look for, but I have a treasure for you that your ass is going to cherish. And there it is. Yeah. It's hot out here, guys. It really is. But I wanted to tell you about Pocono. NASCAR. A lot of fun times. I raced go-karts way back when. And I was actually gonna, the year Ed passed away, which was in 2011, February 25th, 2011, him and we were gonna race go-karts around the Daytona track. It was gonna be, they have it every year. They have all these go-karts, and they race around Daytona. And we were going to do that. We were going to go to Georgia to do it. We were going to just, and, well, unfortunately he passed away. But I know he's still watching from up there. Okay? Because, the next year, it would be a year that had passed, right? Daytona, something happened in Daytona, okay? And they had to postpone it. And I was like, you know what? That was Ed's doing. He's laughing up a storm because that's Ed. That's totally Ed right there. So, but he has the best view, right? But that's what I believe in, guys. That's what I believe. So, how are you spending your Sunday? Are you doom scrolling on what is happening with Iran and the USA and Israel? Guys, doom scrolling is bad for your mental health. And I know I do it too. But, life goes on. Don't let whatever's going on over there dictate on what's going on here. Just keep your head on a swivel. Be alert in large areas or if you're in the city or whatever. But don't let that dictate your life, living your life. I know it's easier said than done. I know that. Okay? But I have my opinions on certain things. You might agree with me on certain things. That's fine. I might disagree with you on certain things. That's fine. This whole stream is about respect. And I mean respect. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Respect. I have to drink some water here. Where to start, right? I need a cigarette. I know that. let's do a check-in with our feelings. How do you feel? And I hear another plane going by. When I was sitting up here, I heard a helicopter, okay? I'm like, I wonder what that's about, right? Now I hear an airplane. You know, talk about putting your head on a swivel, right? Like, whatever. But, so tell me how you're feeling. Don't tell me okay. Don't tell me I'm good. Don't tell me I'm fine, because fine means fucked up, irrational, neurotic, emotional. How I'm feeling is... Oh, I hear I hear another plane. Sounds like a jet. Not an airplane like a set. I'm talking about a jet. I can't see because of the trees. I'm feeling like, you know, indifferent about the whole situation with the U.S. bombing Iran and the Israel thing. I feel we shouldn't get involved. But they knew from a couple of weeks ago, from the moment Donald Trump left that G6, G7 meeting, he already knew what his plan was going to be. And nobody was going to stop him. Nobody. And right now, he's probably in a bunker somewhere. Or the Situation Room. Hey, maybe they'll find more bags of cocaine in there, huh? You never know. But if they found bags of cocaine in the Situation Room, say, with this administration, you know they're going to pin it on Trump or somebody in his administration, right? But when it came to Hunter Biden, oh no, that wasn't Hunter's, that wasn't his daughter's. Oh, no. So, it's funny when they show these pictures of Trump with Houseth and Rubio, right? And here he's sitting, I guess, watching the screen or whatever, and he has his MAGA hat on. Really? He had a MAGA hat on. They showed two pictures like that. But when he came to do the press conference at, 10 o'clock at night, whatever and stuff, he didn't have it on. Why not? He should have had it on. Okay? If he did for the two pictures, he should have done it for the press conference. Right? It's all, you know. And for him to say, you know, after all this, you know, we want, you know, I'm paraphrasing, guys. I'm paraphrasing. It's like, now we want peace. You bombed them. How? What do you think? What? You know how Iran is. You know how Iraq was, okay? Or whatever. And that was a big force too. And that's why I'm skeptical with everything going on. Because there's something more than just hitting Iran. Okay? There's something more going on besides Iran. It's all about Palantir, probably, you know, the war machine and AI technology and all this other crap. Okay? There's something behind all this. It's not just because we think, they have they're that close for a nuclear bomb. Look what they said with Saddam Hussein, right? They had intelligence saying, yeah, they have weapons of mass destruction. Then all of a sudden, oh, we made a mistake. He didn't. So, we shouldn't be involved with that situation. There's talks about sleeper cells. That's why a lot of, like say the Biden administration let all those aliens in, those peaceful protesters in. It's all for a bigger picture, guys. I should play that song "Sabotage" by Beastie Boys. Sabotage. I don't want to talk about Iran and all that. It's I'm here, okay? I'm in my space. It's not involving me. Well, it is because I'm an American. I'm a proud American. But I truly believe we should never went there in the first place. But we could talk about all this all day, about what I can bring up to show you guys what the bigger picture is besides the Iranians having a nuke. Anyway. But I suggest for your mental health, guys, don't doom scroll. Don't just get out of the house. Do what Jelly Roll did. Or Brandon Lake. I think Brandon Lake did it too. Just throw your cell phone in a river. Or whatever. Just throw it away. Enjoy nature. Enjoy your kids, your grandkids. Enjoy your pets. Go out to eat. Do cartwheels. And I am going to... I don't know if you saw my last stream, but I did a few insane things. So look at my past video from yesterday and see if you can find it. It's a lot of fun, but I paid the price. I seriously paid the price. But it won't stop me from doing it again. Maybe. Later on. So. And Devlin's gonna watch, right, Devlin? Yeah, I'm gonna watch. I see you guys out there. I see you. I see you. I want to read this off to you real quick, guys. All right. Now, for those that don't know and stuff, I'm getting bit by horseflies here. For those that don't know, I'm Rocket Queen 71. I only stream basically to help people struggling with addiction and or mental illness. I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. I still am human, guys. I go through depression, anger, anxiety. panic attacks. I have chronic pain issues that I deal with every day. I'm not a certified drug and alcohol counselor, nor a licensed therapist, but I sure know a hell of a lot. Okay, so if you're struggling with anything, or even if you just want to talk about music or I don't know, 3D printing or AI or whatever, it doesn't have to be about mental health unless it's affecting your mental health. You know, where, you know, maybe, you know, you're so frustrated with, say, an 3D printing project or something that's not coming out right, and it's like you're angry and, you know, what. I get it, okay? I'm just trying to make an example. But I try to be a positive light in people's lives. I'm trying to live, guys. I want to live. For the longest time in my life, when I was just sitting there doing my thing, spiking me up, smoking, whatever, doing my thing, I wasn't living. I was existing. Okay? My chronic back pain issues keep me from doing a lot of stuff. And that's why in the last video you saw me do a couple of stunts. And I paid a price for it. Okay? And I was hurting physically. And Jim thought, oh my God, she's going to end up going to the hospital again. I want you to live your best life. I don't want you to get caught up in the white noise about this medically assisted suicide. It's demonic. You have so much to live for. Even if you're in chronic pain like me. You know, a lot of times I feel like, you know, what's the use? I have no faith in doctors, and Jim will say to me, well, yeah, all right, if you have no faith in doctors, then why do you go to the ER for? Well, to get relief, duh. But when they say, oh, go to pain management, oh, go here, go there, we have to get an MRI. They already had an MRI on me. Like, you know, it's like, and my pain gets so bad where it really disables me, where I can't move, or I can't walk from here to that tree. Yeah, from here to this tree, right there, right? Or I can't cook, or I can't go in my studio and actually sit and do video projects, AI projects, maybe, you know, doing some writing. It sucks. It sucks too because I'm a people person. I have nobody around me. Well, I do, but, you know, they're in their own way. So yeah, at times I get lonely. I'll admit it. I'm not alone in my situation. Thanks for the hearts. Right back at you. The one constant in my life, guys, okay? The one constant in my life and he's been through it all with me. I'm not talking about Jim either. I'm talking about God. Now, I know probably someone, oh, she's going to bring up God. Oh, she's going to bring up Jesus. Oh, she's going on a spiritual journey. You know, she's going to give us a sermon or whatever. No. If you don't believe in God or Jesus, that's on you. I hope you find God. I hope you get to have a relationship with Jesus, because that's what it is. It's all about a relationship with your higher power, with Jesus, with God, whatever, okay? But without him, okay, I wouldn't be here right now talking to you. I should have been dead years ago. He saved me. He gave me one last chance. He said, this is it. Like, you know, you either, you know, I gave you plenty of chances. Now it's time for you to grow up. Because he knew he had a plan for me to talk to you guys, to talk about my recovery, my addiction, my mental health, my struggles. Like I said, my book, okay, my book is an open, my life is an open book for you guys. I'm very transparent about everything, except for 5%, which is between me and God. But yeah, God has been with me all the way through. Even when I was in my mom's womb. I should have died in my mom's womb. And that's a story in itself, too. So if you think you're not a miracle today, you are. You're still alive. You can do something to change people's lives for the better. Whether you believe it or not, guys. Because for the longest time, when I was just sitting there, putting spikes in my arm, doing my thing, whatever, I was just existing. I had no purpose. My purpose at that time was killing myself with the drugs and alcohol and that kind of lifestyle. Until one day, an epiphany came just like that when I was doing this. I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. And I told my friend, I said, I'm going to go to rehab. He's like, yeah, you know, you'll be back. You'll be, you know. I'm like, oh, hell, I'm not. I got out and called my friend. It took me about a week to get me to rehab because I was like, I want to go, but I don't want to go. I want to go, or I don't want to go. You know how it is. You want to have a big blast off before rehab, right? And I almost died that weekend, too. My brain was like a sponge. You know, even though I heard that stuff all before in the meetings and the educational groups, and I knew all this stuff, but did I really know it? Did I actually follow through and do it? No, because I still wanted to do what I wanted to do. Because I was doing it for everybody else, like my mom, my kids, my probation officer, the judge, the courts. I wasn't doing it for myself. But once I did and stuff, everything clicked. And it wasn't easy, guys. It's never easy. But with a support group, with God's guidance, wisdom, and strength, one step at a time, Okay? Look at me now. I'm in Oklahoma. I should have been 6 feet under. I knew my life was on the line. I knew it. So what? Like they say around here, well, you better buckle up, buttercup. Enjoy the ride, because it's going to be a loud one. And it was. I've had easy times in my recovery. You know, I've had hard times in my recovery. But that didn't give me an excuse to pick up and drink or drug. Because I knew if I picked up, I would probably be dead that day. Because I used to smoke a lot, like rocks, like, I mean, really. I had a friend that went to detox with me. He got out and he actually blew his heart out because he smoked a rock the same size before he came in to detox. Excuse me. And I was like, oh, you're leaving? He said, yeah. He said, I'm out of here. You know. And then all of a sudden, he thought he could smoke the same amount, and poof, forget it. He died right in the parking lot. That shook the whole unit up. That really did. That was like a reality check. But of course, some people, when they got discharged or whatever, guess what they did? They didn't go to an AA meeting or an NA meeting, or they went right back to the same environment to do the same shit. I know that wasn't an option for me. I had to change people, places, and things. Addiction leads you to jails, institutions, and death. And yeah, I am giving you the finger. Not you guys, but that's what death is. It's fucking yourself over. I don't want to fuck myself over. I still have life to live. I at least want my kids to have some sort of relationship with me. You know what? I wanted to be a mother the best I could to my kids. Even though Christy was adopted out of the family, but I still wanted to be there for her. Even though sometimes she played me against her adopted parents, which, well, but you know, it happened. You know? A lot of people these days, you know, I'll look on YouTube channels or, you know, Twitter, X, or whatever, and they'll just say, life is so boring. Everything's so dull now. And even these YouTube channels, they're called minimalist, where they don't have much. It's like minimalist, and it's all like their walls are like just white or black or gray, or just, you go out on the highway and there's no really like red cars, blue cars, green. What? It's all like white, black, and gray. Metal gray, actually. All the cars almost look the same. You know? Yeah, life can get boring. But it doesn't mean that, a lot of addicts and alcoholics, when they're bored, they end up relapsing. I get that because I made every excuse in the book. Well, I'm bored. Oh, the sun's shining. Oh, it's raining. Oh, I stubbed my toe. Oh, let's just have a rocktastic time, huh? Let's have a good blast. That's life. You're going to have the lulls and the valleys and stuff. Somebody told me real quick, right? It's, well, if you think it's boring, if you think life's boring, well, I never said life was boring. I was just bored. But somebody told me, oh, you think this is boring? And, I don't know where I was at the time. You think this is boring? Well, maybe you're boring. I'm like, what? I'm far from boring, people. And I think I slapped the guy when he said that. Because I'm not. I love meeting people. I love interacting with people. I love interacting with horseflies and ants too. Did you know that? That's a fact for you. Yeah, the ants and mosquitoes love me. I'm so attractive. Even the ticks. Ticks love me too. Oh, man. So, I want to live, and I'm trying the best I can to live. Just like you. Just like you. And if you find somebody that's having a hard time in life, pick up the phone. Do something with them. Maybe help them with the yard, or help them with a project, or go out to eat with them or something. Or just talk to them. Talking is for free, guys. And don't do it with your cell phone and text them and do all the emojis. Hey, what's up, Auto Parts? Leah. How's it going, girl? How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Let me give you a hug. Hold on. Hold on. Let me give you a hug. Oh, you too? Oh, my God. Hold on. There you go. And you know what? Hey, Devlin's black flagged, okay? Because for some reason he did today. But hey, Devlin, you want to give Ryder and Leah a hug? You do? Yeah? What? Oh, yeah, he said he was. Okay, hold on. Oh, no! He is so broken. He needs healing. He needs to go to pain management and ortho. He doesn't. He just keeps... All right, here we go. Cyber hug. I love you guys. I love you guys. I see you. I see you. Woo. All right, that's enough. Really? You need to settle down, kid. Yeah, but I know. Just anyway. All right, hold on. I'm good, Miss Grandma. Now she's in peace. 97. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm missing a lot of things here. Leah said hi. What's up, girlfriend? Yeah, like the little draft. He's cool. What, you mean, oh, Devlin? Yeah. He's not a dragon, he's a devil. He's a New Jersey Devil. When I was in my band, and this is no joke, they used to call me the daughter of the Jersey Devil. Because my attacks were like a viper strike. They hated it. That's how egotistical and into myself I was. And that's how the drugs got me. And, you know, and all that stuff. All right, hold on, guys. I'm trying. Don't type anything else. I had to get caught up with this. All right, wait. Yeah, all right, wait. All right. Hey there, beautiful. How are you today? I'm rocktastic. I hope you're doing beautiful, too. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday. Good, Miss Grandma, but she's in peace now. 97 years. Sorry about that. Cyber hugs. Yeah, why not? I'll do the cyber hugs again. Hold on. Yeah. Woo. Did you feel the sweat? Did you feel the heat and the sweat on you? All right. So hold on. Don't type anything else yet. Proud of you. Thank you. When somebody tells me that, I'm very humble. Okay? A lot of people think I'm cocky, I'm narcissistic. My husband thinks I'm narcissistic. Oh, I am not. Because I don't put my face on, like, you know, how Tammy Faye Baker used to call it. I put my face on, or like Dolly Parton, I put my face on before I go out. Or no, this is me. Love me or hate me. Oh well, you know. All right, so I'm going down. Right. Hold on. Oh, a devil. Yeah. All right, hold on. I'm just. I think I'm done with the messages. I'm an angel with a devil. Well, I'm an angel. I'm an angel with devil's horns. You can't see them. Maybe you can. Oh, maybe they're poking up a little bit, but yeah, I am. But yeah, Devlin's a part of my bloodline. We're gonna have a whole story for this. Devlin here is a part of my bloodline. Okay? Yeah, I am. I see you. Yeah. Who do you like better, me or Queenie talking? I think you would like me better, huh? All right, that enough. Wait, I just all right, stop. Did you drink like my job? Look at my Java Monster. I'm telling you. He's been sipping on my Java Monster and stuff. I had to, you know. No wonder he gets broken all the time. You should listen to your doctor's orders. Anyway. Alright, so. Yeah, so. Yeah, a lot of people used to call me the daughter of the Jersey Devil because of the way I act or the way I acted back then, and it was all about me. And Michael Sweet from Striper called me the daughter of the Jersey Devil, and he actually threw one of those mini books at me, the mini Bibles, and I actually lit it up and I threw it back at him. Michael Sweet from Striper. Jerk off. Excuse language with that, but you know, they used to throw out little Bibles to every, and some people would just, like throw it out or just piss on it or whatever, whatever. But when he threw one at me and stuff, I just let it up, bro. I'm like, fuck you, whatever. But those were the days. Those were the days. Those were the days. And they're still going now. They're still going. I think they're with Frontier Records now. And there's... I should chat up with them too. Anyway, So, I hope you guys are doing well, okay? If you go back to my last stream yesterday, skim through it and see if you see anything insane that I did. And let me know in the chat. Let me know in the comments. That's your challenge. To go back to my last stream yesterday, my live stream yesterday, and see if you can capture and... Oh! You cheated. Wait. You cheated. What? How did you get that? Well, hold on. I was saying make an apple pie whipped cream. When? When was that? Oh my God. I had to tell Jim that. Oh, okay. Oh, all right, yeah. Actually, whipping cream is very easy to do. A lot of people don't know. You take, heavy whipping cream and you do it in a food processor or a mixer. I can't think of any challenges. Nah. Yeah. Maybe I will do a few today. Not now. Maybe I will later on. And, and Jim, I'm going to tell you this, okay? Jim was laughing, right? All right. But in back of his mind, I don't have a balance beam. Well, I'm sure you'll think it's something, right? I'm getting bit by, all right. Jim was laughing and all that, but in back of his mind, he's like, oh my God, she's going to end up in the hospital again. And believe me, I felt that pain yesterday. I'm thinking about you too. What are we having for dinner, Ryder? What are we having for dinner? I'll be over in 15 minutes. I'll put my jetpack on. Much love to you guys. Much love. If you guys, I'm going to tell you this. If you guys come up with a challenge, calzones and broccoli. Oh, wait. Calzone, no, not calzones and broccoli. Spinach. Calzones and spinach and mushrooms and ham. That's an Italian calzone. Around here, they don't know how to make pizza. I swear they don't. They have like Simple Simons and stuff. They don't know how to make pizza. They have Pizza Hut. They have, it's in Tulsa. They make, Salvazanos in Tulsa. They had authentic Chicago deep dish pizza. And it was yummy. And we were supposed to take my sister-in-law Ann there, and we didn't, and, you know, she passed away. But, yeah. What about linguine with clam sauce? A lot of people don't like that. I do, because I'm from Jersey. Yeah, we had to come up with a challenge. And I want to have you guys think of a challenge between me and Jim. Make up a challenge that we have to eat little neck clams. Little neck clams. That's the challenge for me and Jim. But you have to say in the chat, you know, he doesn't like clam. He doesn't like no seafood, nothing. And I'm surprised at that, because salad when it's hot out, subs, la pasta, and clams. Oh yeah. They have a place. They have a clam bar in Tulsa that I want to go to, but it's really expensive. But I really want to go to that. You know, and August is our anniversary. So what I'm going to do is this, right? I always get saltwater taffy from Jersey Shore. Maybe I'll fry up some deep fried Twinkies with a lot of confectioned sugar on it that looks like cocaine. And we'll go to the clam bar in Tulsa, you know. Yeah, but he doesn't like any seafood. No catfish. His mother never made seafood or anything. I don't understand. Even like he went fishing with a lesbian, by the way. This was years ago, before he met his ex-wife or whatever. All right, and they went fishing. And you mean to tell me he didn't eat any fish? Well, maybe, you know, wink, wink. You know what kind of fish he had. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, crab legs are good. They're expensive. I like crab legs with breadcrumbs, garlic butter breadcrumbs. I'll admit, guys, I miss the Jersey Shore. I do. What's up, Jamie? What's up? Haven't seen you in a bit. I hope everything's well with you. I hope you're not getting sucked into the white noise with all this chaos with U.S., Iran, and Israel. You know, don't doom scroll, guys. Just, you know, leave it be. Because there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of misinformation about that. Okay? So, you know. I know you don't, honey. Neither do I. You know what I drink? Do you know what I drink? Wait a minute. I drink Java Monster is the only rocket fuel for this rock queen. Hell yeah! Boop! I know, ocean being closer, there are more seafood options. I mean, they ship it in, but it's not fresh. You know what I mean? I wish I could show you when he went to Jersey and, yep, rocket fuel, Java Monster, Mean Bean. Yes, Jamie, yes. There was a politician recently that said, make 1984 fiction again. Look that up on Google. She was doing a press conference. I'm trying to figure out who it was. Alexandria Cortez? No. Look that up. There's a hat. This politician was wearing a hat saying, make 1984 fiction again. Oh, I think it was Christine Whitman from New Jersey. She was, Christine Whitman was the governor of New Jersey. From, I think 1996 to, I don't know when, I don't know. Yeah. Then she moved on to the EPA, the Department of EPA, of Energy, you know, and all that crap. She didn't do crap and stuff. Her agency did a lot of testing on 9/11 and Ground Zero, and they came out with false, you know, information about that, and you know, the levels and all that crap. Her department didn't do shit. Anyway, so look up Christine Whitman, and she'll have a hat on saying, make 1984 fiction again. Believe me, if I was in my studio right now, I would be showing you all this stuff. So, but I'm battling the elements for you guys. I'm sweating. I'm very like, ugh. But hey, I got my Java Monster. I got Devlin. Say hi, Devlin. Hi there again. Oops. Oh. Ow. 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 Rocket. Rocket. Ow. Ow. My window. Ow. Ow. All right. You really had to go to the doctor for this. You know that? I'm telling you. You feel better now? Thanks, Rocket. Mwah! Bye, guys. See you later. Anyway, I'm not super educated on many things, but crazy times for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And look, see? You see that? Look, see? Look at that. Look. See, there's evidence. And he knows when I talk. That's when he can, you know, sneak a sip. You know it's true, Devlin. You know it's true. Don't look at me like that. You know it's true. So, listen, you know, I'm very, you can ask anybody that really knows me, I'm very intellectual about things. I don't drink the Kool-Aid either. I drink my Java Monster. If, you know, if Definitely doesn't drink at all. Anyway, I mean, oh wait, I'm really disappointed at Trump, and I think he's doing an average job. No, I'm gonna. All right, let's open this up, guys. Let's open this up. Jamie started it. Blame him. I love you, Jamie. You know that. Listen. I had to get a cigarette for this, okay? Now, for those that are going to be triggered, and listen, this stream is about respect. Okay? Let's put the cards out on the table. This stream is about respect. If you disagree with, say, any of us, or you disagree with me, that's fine. Okay? You have a right to your own opinion. Okay? But just have an open mind. Just like all of us need to have an open mind about certain things. Okay? It's all about respect. You know, and we should have a dialogue about this. Okay? We should. You know? And it's okay to disagree with people. And I don't know why they did that. You're not in trouble. I expect the unexpected to happen because that's how it works. I don't know why they did this. It's so dumb. Alright, so I have to get my cigarette. You know when I need a cigarette, this is serious, right? Right? We're all friends here, by the way, too, okay? We're all friends. Even though we don't know each other personally or whatever, we're all friends. We're all part of the Queen's Light Brigade, okay? Okay, hold on. Trump knew... Alright, first of all, let's go to the beginning of his presidency. I'm not talking about the first time. I'm talking about the recent time, right? At his inauguration, he had all these billionaires, right? Like Bezos, Musk. He had Sam Altman. You know, all these people, all these billionaires at his inauguration. Right? If you look at his past inauguration, he didn't have that. Okay? I don't think he had that. And plus, you know, because of the storm and stuff, they had to have it inside. Alright, whatever. Within 2 weeks, and you can look this up on Google, and that's why I wish I had like a computer or a tablet or whatever, so I can show you guys these things, or go in my studio and show you guys these things, okay? Within 2 weeks, they had a press conference with Donald Trump, right? They had Sam Altman, the other AI guy that wants to track us all, and he had an Oriental bank president, right? I don't know. I forget the Chinese or no, the Oriental guy's name. I forget. But he was the head of the bank, right? That should have told you something there, guys. And he put in this big, beautiful bill, right? That he was going to invest how much? How much for AI? For 150 billion, he said. Check that fact out. That's why I wish I had my okay, that should have told you something right there. Then he was talking about Palantir, right? And his birthday military celebration, the Army's birthday, who sponsored it? Palantir. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, they're all over. They love me. This is not just, and this is my opinion, okay? This is not just about the Iranians having a nuclear bomb. Okay? It's not. There's a hidden agenda behind all this. Trust me. And I bet you we'll find out in 2 weeks. But when they said, oh, in 2 weeks he's gonna make a decision, first of all, he's a bad poker player. When he said that, okay, I knew he was bluffing. If you were a poker player or know the game of poker, you know what I'm talking about. It's all about tells, right? Or when you get pulled over by the cops, right? And you say, that's right. That's right. And you get pulled over by the cops and you say, oh, I only had 2. Right? Like 2 beers, 2. Oh, yeah. Oh, 2 cases. Yeah. Okay. That's what the breathalyzer tells us, right? I only had 2. What I didn't like either is Elon Musk being up Trump's ass all the time either. Yes, he did Doge, okay? He found out a lot about, he did all this stuff with, I don't know what's going on, Jamie. Hold on. Jamie, you're not in trouble by me, okay? I promise you that. It's a stamped, ow, Streamlabs. I'm sorry, friend. It's not me. I had to figure out what's going on with Streamlabs. It happens a lot. What was I talking about? Oh, Elon Musk up Donald Trump's ass all the time. I think he did a good thing. Okay, with the government, you know, uncovering stuff with certain things like with Epstein and with what the JFK files and whatever else you know, all this misspending they were doing. Okay, that's all good, but I think he did for an ulterior, for a hidden agenda about AI. It's like, I'll wash my hands, okay? I'll wash your back if you know, scrub mine. Okay? So, it wasn't something for nothing. He probably wanted funding from the government for SpaceX, or for Starlink, or for his company, Neuralink, to put chips in our brain. Okay? But something cracked. And Elon Musk was really disappointed in the big beautiful bill. I wonder why. Because maybe he wanted the government to allocate money for SpaceX, for Neuralink, for whatever. We don't know. And this Starlink too, like, they're watching us. You might be thinking, oh, Starlink's for my internet, whatever, but they're watching us too. It's all, I have this crazy idea, like all the Starlink satellites that are up there, right? And say, with his Neuralink, right? Neuralink, Starlink, right? And they put chips in our brain or forehead or left hand or whatever, right? Mark of the beast type thing to track us. And I swear it's for demonic reasons. Not to give internet to everybody in the world, okay? But yeah, we should never went over there. I'm sorry. Because for decades, the Israelites and Palestinians and Iranians and all that country, they always fight. They're very stubborn. And they're not fighting for democracy, they're fighting for an ideology. You understand that, right? Because Iranians will fight till the death. It's all about Islam. My husband might disagree with me on that. I don't know. They're fighting against the ideology. It's not all about the nuclear bomb. Why don't they bomb Russia? Why don't they bomb Ukraine? Why is it focus on Iran? Why don't they focus their attention on nuclear weapons in China? That area has been fighting for decades, okay? So, I just, I'm in my space right now. I don't see no, bombs flying overhead, missiles flying overhead or whatever, The news will keep telling you, oh, we're in World War III. Oh, the world's going to end now. Be prepared. And I did talk about that, I think, yesterday, about, like, what could you live without? We've been so adapted to electricity, to the internet, that if, say, China or Russia did an EMP, right, wiped out everything, right, the electric grid, the infrastructure of America, a lot of people, and this is the hard truth, guys, a hard truth, a lot of people won't survive it. Even preppers, okay, that, you see on YouTube, you have to prep for this, you have to do this, you have to, whatever and stuff. Even preppers, you think you're all prepped up and, and settled and all that, but there's always something else you forgot about, right? I'm just saying, I'm a proud American. I was born and raised, I was born actually in New York State, in Warwick. But my hometown was Denville, New Jersey, okay? But my grandmother, with her younger brothers and her parents, migrated from New Zealand all the way to Ellis Island. So, when it comes to immigration, Kiwi Power, I'm a proud Kiwi, but I'm also a proud Jerseyan. Jersey strong, baby. And I feel like, believe me, there's something more to this. Be informed, guys. Be informed, but don't trust the mainstream media. Okay? Go to your sources. You know? I mean, I'm not saying, pick and choose, about your mainstream media and whatever. But they all have their agendas too. But just read between the lines. Like Rachel Maddow says, oh, World War III started. Oh, we're in World War III. And look at what she said about COVID. Oh, the best thing you can do against COVID is get vaccinated. Yeah, okay. I didn't get vaccinated. My husband did. Actually, my mother-in-law did twice, and she still got COVID. So go figure. Believe me, there's something more to this. Okay? Believe me, Pandora's box, okay, will be blown open sooner or later with Donald Trump's administration. That's all I'm going to say about that. Oh my God. I'm hot. Woo! Oh my God. There's a breeze, blowing, but it's not blowing my way. Like the old Bob Dylan song, The Answers, my friend, is blowing in the wind. Well, it's not blowing my way. Oh, God. Maybe I should go over there for a little bit, right? Oh, my God, Devlin. Well, you're just going to be like that. Devlin was trying to drink my Monster, okay? He was trying to drink my Monster, and look what happened. He broke his wing again. And he's looking like, I didn't do anything. Anyway. I wonder who... Now, the Pocono Raceway... started late. So what time is it now? I don't have the time. I wonder who won. They have racetracks in Sapulpa and Owasso, actually, right by where Jim works. But that one's abandoned. It's like all abandoned, it's tore up, But I think they have a racetrack in Sapulpa that I want to go to. Oh my God. Ow. Yeah, so. Should we take a walk, guys? Should we take a walk? have all this stuff to carry. Alright, hold on. Yeah, you have to. Oh, and you have to watch it with the cats. If you have pets, and what we have a humidifier in the bedroom too. We haven't used it, but to me it makes things worse. But you have to watch it because if you have pets, they'll like try to lay on it or whatever. You know what happened before I came out here? It was funny, really funny. I wish I had video of it. Alright? So, I was thinking about, the title of the stream. I was in there watching TV for a little bit. I was writing down my notes about NASCAR, about Pocono, whatever, right? And all of a sudden I hear, right? And I'm like, what the hell was that? I got up, and all of a sudden, here comes Bonnie, hopping on the couch, onto the counter, and, she was on top of the microwave and stuff, right? And she does this at times, right? She was on the microwave, and she actually fell into the water, because we have a big bowl of water for the cats. And she fell in it, so she had a dip. So I said, Jim comes out and whatever, and I said, oh, Fluffy, and she was all wet. She got me wet, right? And I said, oh, Fluffy, I said, the U.S. judges gave you a 10 for a perfect cat flop, and Russia gave you a 5.0, and Jim didn't think it was funny. I thought it was funny. I wish it was on video. Sometimes my husband doesn't know how to laugh, and it's sad. You know what I mean? If you see a lot of pictures with us or videos, guess who's having more fun? Guess who's smiling more? Guess who's like, oh my God, look at that! He's going through a lot of stress right now, okay? Like with me, with my health issues, with my pain, with the car, we're still having problems with the car. We're having problems with the house. It seems like, it's a domino effect. But like yesterday, and if you notice, Leia, I did what I did, right? And he laughed, right? And I said, see, you look at you can laugh. And we watched it again on the TV. And he thinks, oh, you're so narcissistic, Vic. You watch yourself on your video. No, because I want to see if the lighting's right, or if maybe the sound's right, or it's not because I'm Yes, laughter heals the soul. You have to have a sense of humor in this life. If you look back at my video from yesterday, okay? Do you think I was like mad? I was frustrated. I wasn't having fun. I was narcissistic. I don't know what. What's the word I'm trying to look for? I can't think of the word now. Is that stupid? You can't take yourself too seriously. I used to do that in my addiction. It's called ego. And yeah, I still have an ego at times, I'll admit. But it's not, it's like a fun ego. It's a fun cockiness, okay? Believe me, when I talk about my band and the good times we had, or what, it's like my head gets big. You will notice that. All right, hold on. People have forgotten. Shoot. People have forgotten to laugh and have fun. Okay? I used to play COD on Xbox or even on PlayStation 3. Okay? And people took their games too seriously. And it took the fun out of it. I used to do the same thing at times. He used to do the same things on Battlefield at times. We all get like that, but it takes the fun out of it. What you saw yesterday, and you know what? Let's take a walk. You can hear my Jersey accent when I say walk, right? Hold on. I'm not bringing Devlin. He's hurt. He's black flagged. All right, hold on. Hold on, guys. Oh my God, my back. Oh my God. Ugh. Phew. I was gonna bring my bag and stuff, but I'm not. All right, hold on, guys. All right, I'm back. We're walking very slowly. Yeah. All right, yeah. Hold. All right. I'm look at the sky. Can you see the clouds? Wide open spaces, baby. Look at that. We're actually underneath the Milky Way and the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper. Maybe I'll have a night stream out here. Let me hold on. I'm coming, guys. I am coming. There you go. Oh, I guess Jim went out. All right, hold on. All right. I almost. That's nice. I almost fell because the leg of the chair went into a mole rat hole. That would have been nice. I'm telling you. Woo. Oh, yeah, well, oh, yeah, I don't know what time it is. You can see the sun right there, right? Yeah. I think I'm going to do that. I don't know when. We have this stuff for like, all right, hold on. See that fire pit? It's right there. We just have it in the back. That, Jim has to be home to do it, though. To set the fire and all that stuff. But we have this stuff where you just throw in the fire and it makes it all colorful and all that. Maybe next weekend. Maybe 4th of July weekend. I don't even know when 4th of July is. Yeah, so we'll do that. You know. Relaxing. You know. And if you notice, I haven't been in my studio. There's something wrong with my camera. You can still tell I'm in a wildfire, if you know what I mean. But there's something wrong with the camera. I had to figure it out, and I don't have the patience for it. 2 weeks. Two weeks, and yeah, we'll do it like this. Here you go. Yeah, 2 weeks. Our family, or his family, every 4th of July, they would have a big family reunion. And back there, and, well, can you see? Oh, yeah, you can. All right, wait. Hold on. That house in back of me, right? I'm putting my finger right there. It was Jim's grandfather's house. He built that house. Oh, rocktastic. 4th of July's are really good on the weekends, right? Get more fired up that way. So, but lately, since my mother-in-law died, November 19th, 2021, and even now that Aunt passed away, we're not connected. My in-laws go over there, with the cousins, but we don't because I can go over there, okay? But there's a lot of drinking going on, a lot of smoking pot going on. Him, because he told me, I don't know if you want to go over there because they're going to be doing a lot of smoking and drinking. I don't care because there was times where my nephew-in-law, Jason, was smoking from me and say, when he was, goofing off or whatever. It didn't bother me. I did not get a contact high either. But I knew when to just say, I'm out of here and go. But I think with Jim, I know when he's triggered. Because if we're driving past, on the highway I'm talking about, a certain area or whatever, he'll say, do you smell that? Yeah, I smoke pot. I mean, towards the end, or whatever. But, pot wasn't my thing, Thank you. I get humbled by you saying that, Leah. And I mean that sincerely. Every time when somebody commends me on it or whatever, it keeps me grounded. Okay? It really does. And I appreciate you more than you'll ever know. But with Jim, he'll say, you smell that? Oh, and what? A few weeks ago, right, we were out there, and I could smell it, coming from that, right, because of the wind, and I was like, it was annoying, right? It was really being annoying and stuff. And it's open air, no figure, right? And it comes my way. I'm like, get the hell, I don't want to smell that. And there's Taco. Wait a minute, I don't know if you can see him. Taco is a Chihuahua. I'm surprised he's not dead yet. But he's Jason's baby. He used to chase after my cats. But he didn't kill the cats or anything else or whatever. He just plays with them and just, his bark is worse than his bite. And talk about cats. Hi, Luna. Enjoying your day? No? Why not? You haven't caught any frogs or anything? Are you cooling yourself off? Because it is kind of hot out here. And now, Taco's barking at something. But he always used to sleep on my mother-in-law's bed when Jason was out or whatever. But yeah, he's old. I mean, but anyway, yeah. But yeah, I can be around that stuff. Like when I first moved here, actually Jason wanted me in the band with him because I was drummer or whatever. I'm like, well, you're gonna do it my way. Of course, that never happened, right? You're gonna do it my way. But I used to hang out at the garage and stuff, and they would do their thing. What I didn't like was when they had a pipe on the counter, and there was a couple kids, and never mind. It was the drummer's kids, and I got really triggered by that. And I'm like, Jason, you gotta put that away. And every time the drummer came over with his wife, and they brought the two kids, you know what I mean? And the kids got attached to me, you know. So that brought up a lot of feelings at that time. But they would do their thing and whatever, and it did affect me. It really did. You know, even when Ann, my sister-in-law, says, "Well, God gave us a miracle drug," I'm like, "No, Ann, no." I'm going to tell you a story about Ann. I miss her. I love you, Ann. I love you. I miss you. I wish we got more closer because you were the best sister I ever had in my life. And that's the truth. I was going through a panic attack, right? Because of my pain. And so Jim had to get medication for me, or I forget what the situation was. So Jim called and said, "Can you come over so I can go to the store or whatever?" And so Ann came over, right? Now, so she came over, all right, and she used to vape, okay, and she said, "Well, I quit smoking, I'm vaping now," and I'm like, and it's the same thing as smoking, same thing. And I tried it. I had like a robo stick, I used to call it. I spent $40 on it, and I was like, screw this, I can't do it, so I just keep smoking cigarettes. So we were, she was sitting on the couch, the way and this is how she used to sit, it was funny. She always crossed her legs, and we pretend this is like the vape box, okay, or whatever. So she would be, "So what's going on?" Or, right? And I'm like, "Well, I'm not feeling too good. I'm in a lot of pain. And you know what she said to me? She said, "Well, light up a joint and feel better." And I'm like, "Oh my God." So Jim goes back. She left. I said, "Don't ever have her come here when I'm in that state." I mean, I wasn't going to do anything, okay? But it was just, yeah. She didn't really realize. I know I did, but she had problems of her own, like with her kids. Like, she was an addict, and she had mental issues too. And I think a lot of times she was misunderstood by her family. Okay? Yeah, and she was enabled by my mother-in-law. And I guess when my mother-in-law passed away, that's when she pretty much gave up. My joints hurt. You're rolling it too tight. You're rolling too tight. Hey! Fantastic, sister. There's a joke about that. Wait, hold on. Hold on. All right. All right. My joints hurt. You're rolling. Wait, hold on. Let me do. Wait, hold on. All right, I have my these. I can't see with these glasses. All right, hold on. I'm doing this for a clip, okay? So that's why I'm doing it. But you're awesome, girlfriend. You're awesome. All right, here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, action. My joints hurt. You're rolling too tight. Ow! Was that good? Was that good or just bleh? I can do better. I could do better. I should have been, I was in the entertainment industry, right? The music industry and stuff. I was born to entertain. I really was. Because I would be on a lot of school plays too, and like we would do a lot of role playing. When we were kids, guys, like play a house or what, Yeah, we did role playing too in other ways. Wink, wink. But not PG-13, guys. Anyway, so, yeah. I like doing fun stuff like that. I even play. See, this is why I wish I had my computer. I even played the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus. Yes, Santa Claus. Ho, ho, ho! Have you been a good girl, little girl? Have you been a good girl, Leia? Come over here and sit on my lap. Ho, 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 ho. I don't know if that came out good or what, but... yeah. And I did it at my mother's apartment complex too, and they didn't know me. They all knew me, but when I dressed up as the Easter Bunny or whatever, because they all knew me because I used to do fun things with the kids and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. What? Why are you running? When Sean, I'm going to tell you this too. When Sean was little, okay, kids are living it. Oh yeah, yeah. When Sean was little, and I actually played Batman. My husband didn't want to do it. Bear didn't want to do it. I said, why not? He loves Batman. He watches Batman. Why not? So I did it. And when he's older, you see the VHS tapes or whatever. He said, that's you, Mom. You can tell it's you. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm changing Christy, and I had to go for a cigarette down, in the basement and stuff at the Duggars. That wasn't me. And I used to call him on the phone as Batman. Harley, our grandbaby, his adopted daughter's grandbaby. Well, my all right, whatever. When Mom was still alive, when with with Ann was still alive, we would all get together at Mom's house and whatever. And I was thinking, man, because at that time, Harley was 3 years old. Now she's 12. Wait a minute, no. She was, wait, hold on. Well, she was little and stuff like that, okay? But I owned a Santa costume, okay? A Santa suit, a real nice one. And I don't know where I put it. Because I know he wasn't gonna do it. Play Santa or whatever. I was gonna do it. But I don't know where I put my Santa suit. I think my mom took it, to tell you the truth. I had the belt and, like, you know, the boots and stuff, but the rest of the stuff, I don't know what I did with it. But I would do that for the kids, even for their kids. They have, I think, a granddaughter over there, or what, I don't know. We don't talk to them. But I know they have, like, maybe little kids over there. I would do it. Because they don't know me, so I would do it for nothing. And when I was Santa and stuff, I used to play games with them. You know, like what hand is the, you know, the coin or the, you know, the candy cane or whatever, you know. Hell, I would even do it for the town here for nothing. Because I love seeing these kids react. You can ask anybody, okay, that knows me. I'm all about holidays. My family was all about holidays, okay? So I just don't give gifts to give gifts. It's all within, the thought of what that person would like and all this stuff, right? And sometimes I stress myself out, and I go into holiday mode. Yeah! And hold on. So, I mean, for Halloween, I used to have a spook house back in Jersey, the best on the block, by the way, and I used to jump out windows and scare the shit out of kids, even with the parents. And one set of parents were going to call the cops on me, you shouldn't do that, That's how I am. We don't have kids around here because I have a whole bunch of Halloween decorations and all that. I should just donate it to a spook house. You know what I mean? I even, before all this was happening with my back, Jim and I went to a place called Psychopath. And we were there waiting in line and stuff. And I asked the girl, I said, do you do auditions? And when you go to a spook house like this or, Halloween house or whatever, you have to audition. You can't just say, I volunteer and, you have to audition. I already know how this stuff was running because I wanted to do it a little bit in Jersey with a few places. And they tell you have to audition, you have to do this and all that stuff, right? So I asked the girl, she said, yeah, we audition people in July and August. Well, of course, I couldn't do it because of my back. Because something happened with my back and all that crap. And plus, we only have one car. You know what I mean? So those places can be extra scary. One had a hearse that rode around in the field at night, spooky. Well, the places I go to, there's so many places I can talk to you about. But some spook houses cannot touch you. And you can't touch them. You can't even have cameras in there. okay? Because it, you put up on YouTube and it spoils the fun for everybody, okay? Um, but they're very strict on rules and all that stuff, But there are spook houses where they can touch you, like they'll and just tap you on the shoulder or whatever, but they can't go a certain length, and all that. You know what I mean? But I would do it. I know he wouldn't. Opposites attract, okay? Opposites attract. And, Leia, you know me by now, how I am, right? A lot of people think I'm the life of the party. When I came here back in 2017 after we got married, they had, the 4th of July, family picnic, right? So at that time, we had it at Aunt's garage, right? And so, I was sitting there and stuff, and our internet went out, and that's when Aunt had all these kittens, Crazy Callie, right? And she said, oh, look at the kitten, oh. And it's just like, no, you're not going to get a kitten. That's when I got Muskogee, all right? So Jason, are we live now? Are we live? Are we alive? Are we connected? Are we connected? Connected? Are we live? Hello out there! Are we live? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Hello. Anybody out there? No, wait. I don't want that. Wait a minute. Hold on. I screwed up. Alright, I'm sorry about that, guys. But yeah, I don't like the green screen. If you do shorts and you do something funny, yeah, okay. But why do you have a green screen when you have this? It's too fake. I would take a walk with you guys and go down the driveway a little bit, but I have flip-flops on, and like I told you guys, I might do something special in a little bit. Yeah. When you're away from the TV technology, and yeah, we're on YouTube, okay? It brings you a peace. Because it's your space. You look up at the sky. You don't see any missiles flying over. Maybe a couple airplanes that are doing chemtrails or whatever. Whatever. It's, But yeah, it's our space. And I don't know if you see him. What are you doing? He's looking for something. Can you see him? Warner, come here. You hungry? He's tracking something. You can tell he's tracking something. he's tracking something. Yeah, he's hungry or something. I said to you guys before, I do not go on Twitter that much, only to promote my stuff, which is, I think, is a waste of time, to tell you the truth. Or whoa, I'm sorry about that. And and so even in Instagram, with Facebook, with it's like screw that. You know, I'm not into that crap anymore. Moles, maybe. Actually, when Muskogee was 6 months old, in that area, right over there, he got a mole rat, and he was actually fighting with a mole rat. It was funny. But Cherokee, he's the hunter of the family. He will find mice in the house, and he will bring them to me when daddy's not home. He's working, and he will bring the mouse to me, and then I fool around with the mouse. I have it on video and stuff, and but yeah, he's a hunter. He'll be on the counter, okay, and he'll just he's hyper focused. Yeah, and he'll bring, or sometimes he actually caught a salamander, and seven here he's like, uh, yeah, but Cherokee's the hunter. Pawnee is fat and mouthy. That's what Jim calls Pawnee, fat and mouthy, just like me. Anyway, and then Luna's a needy one. Muskogee, Cherokee is like the king cat of the house. He bullies like Muskogee. Like he even he thinks he controls everybody. You know. It's like, hold on, I think he caught something. Wait, hold on. What are you doing? You're not gonna show us what you got? Oh, here. Where are you going? I'm gonna be like TMZ, but pet edition. Where are you going? Oh, he wants to go in the house. You want to go in the house? Well, I can't. Here, hold on. It's so nice to have a front door again. There you go. Go. All right. Jim's probably sleeping. All that. Here. Oh, hold on. And he turns off the American flag. I had to put it back on. You can't really see the American flag because it's light out, but I'm proud of it. We're not doing what I told you I was going to do yet. Not yet. I will, though. I'm just... Woo! Yes, and you're right about that, too. they all have their personalities. And two, when Muskogee was a kitten, he was about 6 months old. And I still had Magellan, Chips, and Fluffy. My cats from Jersey. Rosie passed away unexpectedly, right? But when I had a panic attack because of my pain issues, Muskogee, this is no joke. I would be laying in the bed, I would be in pain, I was going through my panic attack or whatever. He comes jumping up on the bed and he'll nudge me with his head. He'll nudge me. And he'll say, Mama, Mama, I'm here. Pet me, pet me, pet me. I'm giving you lovins, lovins. You know what I mean? Yeah. But now he doesn't do that anymore. But I think Cherokee, buoyed him not to go there anymore. I don't know. But yeah, when I was in panic attacks, Muskogee, or even up till a few years ago, I would say, Muskogee, Mama needs you, Mama needs you. And he would just run and just I'm here, Mama. Yeah, he doesn't believe that. I'm going to tell you a story. Okay? No, what am I doing? Oh my God, I hate... Dumb. Alright. I'm going to tell you a story, right? So, my husband passed away February 25th, 2011. And Chips, who was the older male cat, was Ed's shadow. He followed Ed everywhere, even outside. He knew when Ed was coming home. Okay? And he loved, just laying on Ed's legs and stuff, right? We actually took Chips to the park, in a Pac-On State Park. We have pictures of this. And everybody, and we didn't have any leash. We just let him go. Everybody thought he was a dog. And this little girl, right? This little girl says, "Oh, that's a kitty cat." And all that. I'm like, yeah. But I was afraid that, I was like really paying attention to Chips because I don't want Chips to bite her or scratch her or whatever, you know what I mean? Because he had a tendency to do that at times. But he went down the slide and everything, And I tell Jim to do that with Muskogee or with one of the cats. He won't do it. He doesn't want a cat in his car. But yeah, if the cat needs a veterinarian, yeah, he would go to the, vet in a car, right? But, so we used to take Chips to the park and, and all that stuff and have fun with him. And Chips loved riding in the, stinky old van, rundown van, I used to call it, and whatever. So Ed got sick. I'm not gonna rehash this whole thing. All I'm gonna say is in October, well, actually, this is a part of my story though. In October sometime, he told me, he says, "I'm not going to be your neighbor anymore. If you want your beer, you get yourself," right? Of course, that didn't stop me, right? And he was getting sicker and sicker with a cough, and and all that stuff. And I mean, he said that his pacemaker went off a few times just up the street by the light. And he told me that he was waiting for a load because we owned our own trucking company and stuff. And he passed out in Indiana, and then, but see, I was still drinking, guys. Right? I was crazy. I didn't want to do anything. I had a chip on my shoulder. Okay. Uh, just leave me I used to say this. Just leave me the alone. Yeah, well, and I said this to Ed, okay? And Sean, my son, and Ed were like a tag team, okay? Because there was one time, and I've said this on my stream before, where Ed and Sean and stuff, they found out that I got, a 30 pack and a couple of jiggers and stuff in the fridge, right? There was a standoff between my son and me. Okay? And I thought I was going to get violent. Okay? And Ed was like in the middle, like, And I was standing there. I'm going to show you something. I was standing there. I had broad shoulders, right? I was standing there like this. Like I was a guard at Fort Knox. That I was guarding liquid gold or something. And my son said to me, I hate you. I don't want you in my life anymore. And, he said, I want to push you or whatever, I give up on you. And I'm still like, and I said to my son, try it. Now, that was the wrong thing to say. Because with the way he was feeling at that time, I felt that he was that close to doing something. Charging me. But I truly believe that Ed, okay, was standing right in between us, and he said to Sean, don't give up on your mother. Don't give up on your mother. Okay? But they were a tag team. And there was times where Ed had his blood pressure taken at the Pathmark at the pharmacy, and I was so insane. I was getting more insane, okay? And his blood pressure was up. Up. And, he was stressed out. I don't want you to kill yourself anymore, blah, 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 whatever he was saying, right? And I was like, well, yeah, right. Well, if you were that sick, Ed, you wouldn't be driving around like you are now with that truck and picking things up and going long distance and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, leave me that fuck alone. And Sean tagged, right? He got tagged. Says, Mom, he's really serious about his blood pressure. He's really serious. He could die from this, Ma. And I'm like, well, if he was that sick, and okay? There have been a few times where I told Ed to drop dead. Leave me the fuck alone. Drop dead. Leave me alone. And he was getting sicker and sicker and sicker. He had pneumonia. On January 15th, 2011, he couldn't walk from me. I mean, he was really in bad shape, okay? He knew he was dying. He knew. You know why? Because I hadn't looked at these videos in a long time, okay? But there was signs where he was saying certain things and all this, you know. Of course, when you're there, you don't catch it, you know, because I was in my own way, if you know what I mean, right? All that. But when I looked back, I was like, oh my God, he knew he was dying. He even told me at one point, he says, the doctor wanted me in the hospital. I can't go to the hospital. I don't want to go to the hospital and stuff. They said I had bacterial pneumonia, which is bad for your heart, by the way. And I was like, yeah, whatever. You know, get me more beer or whatever. You know, right? I didn't give a shit. Well, I'm getting water. Nice warm water. Ugh. Anyway. So on January 15th, he always used to go to Quick Check up the road to get me a champion sandwich. And what it is, it's like ham, turkey, cheese, and coleslaw on rye bread. Real good. Oh my God. Anyway, so I was gonna call him. I really didn't know where he was, but I was gonna tell him to go to Quick Check up the road to get me a champ sandwich. Excuse me. All right. So I called him on January 15th, 2011. I called him. No answer. I was like, oh, he's probably talking, or he's probably waiting on a little. Maybe he went, you know, he didn't have his cell phone on, or maybe he just muted it. So I called him a few times. I said, he's probably, busy, whatever, right? I got a call back. It was from a cell phone. And he said this. I'm on the phone. He said, Vicky, I'm in Dover General Emergency Room. They're gonna admit me. I love you. And hung up the phone. I don't know if you got that or not. Okay? I rushed down there. Okay? They were going to incubate him. He was scared as all hell, okay? His brother was there, John. He was scared, okay? He had pneumonia, and it was affecting his heart, okay? And so they intubated him. They, put him up in the room and all that. And I told him on his deathbed, I held his hand and stuff, and I said, Ed, I'll quit drinking. I'll take care of you. If you pull through this, I'll stop drinking. I'll take care of you. And I swear, a warm sensation came over me. And I truly believe that it was Ed's energy keeping me sober. And I said wholeheartedly when I said, I don't want to drink anymore, I want to take care of you and all that. And that was the grace of God keeping me strong also. Okay? And it was a roller coaster ride. You know, and there was problems with the family. Me and his son. He's a cop, a Maryland cop. Well, he was. I think he's. I don't know. He's still a cop somewhere. Okay. But there was a wall of blue, right? Oh, that's all I'm gonna say. A wall of blue, because me and him got into it. His son and me, and whatever. All right. Even at the funeral home, things happened. All right, and I was the only the contrite one, the somber one, like I was the same one there. Let's put it that way, okay? I was being respectful and everything. All right, so we almost lost him twice. They had to do an emergency angiogram on him and put a stent in him in his room, and a lot through his groin and all that stuff, and he was getting worse, okay? All this time, I did not want to drink. Well, I did want to drink. I did want to drink, I'll admit. I did, but I didn't. Because I was trying to honor Ed. I was trying to honor, the promise I made to him. And so, February 14th rolls by, NASCAR race starts, at least he's still there listening. He's listening to the NASCAR race, and then the next week he passed away. And the thing is, that night, I think it was a Friday night, where they transferred him from Dover General to Beth Israel Hospital in Newark. Because the doctor said, listen, his body's shutting down. It could be tonight where he passes away. It could be maybe 3 days, maybe a couple of weeks. His body's shutting down, and he really needs a heart transplant. I was like, oh my God. So I look on the list for, the list, in New Jersey, how much of a wait it is, and all, where he would be on the list, and all this other crap. Thank you. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate you, Leah. You know that. Just by you being here is enough. I wish you love, light, and positivity. Don't get sucked into the white noise or anything. Stay away from it. Stay informed, but just, and do something for yourself. You know what I mean? I hear a plane coming over from over there. But, that night we had a bad snowstorm, a blizzard. And John was, I called John. He says, listen, it's bad here. He said, I would pick you up so you could be with Ed, but, and, he's like, yeah, he's that close to just passing away. He says, I'm rubbing on his feet, on his legs and stuff. I'm talking to him and all this stuff. I'm crying my eyes out, and whatever. But that night, he passed away. His son was in Maryland, so his son was 4 hours away. He wasn't with his father. I was just Yeah, whatever. Okay. Um, but I still kept my promise to him, even though he passed away. I wanted to get up and smash and all that. Believe me. But God gave me the strength to say no, no. You promised Ed something. We're not gonna go back on this now. And I truly believe God kept me away from drinking, and with Ed's energy also. Okay, but I felt really bad. When I said I hope you drop dead and all that stuff, and his family called me up said, well, when you're going, you better not be drunk or drinking, when you're at the funeral or something. I'm like, I've been dry, okay? I've been dry. I haven't drunk anything, nothing, nada, nothing. But I bet you they had. It seemed like in the way they were acting at the funeral home, it was fucking crazy. It was crazy. And all fake, you know. And then what? And I think 2 years later, Julie, his ex-wife, Julie. Oh, I'm sorry, Judy. Judy. Her husband died 2 years later after Ed passed away. Go figure. And then, we could go on and on and on. Yeah. So yeah, we've been talking about Ed today. I think why we talk about Ed is because, the race at Pocono, right? And I feel like Ed showed me that, Tulsa Raceway Park, pad for the seat and yeah. And Jim, I just want to say this too. Jim is all right with me talking about Ed because he passed away. And so there was one time where we went to Owasso to an abandoned racetrack by his workplace, and I'm like, oh, you're getting to be like Ed, taking me to abandoned racetracks, and he got so pissed. Oh my God, he got so mad. I told his mother about it. His mother said, well, that's not right. You have a right to talk about Ed. You can't forget about Ed. You can't. And all that. But if he was still alive, I wouldn't be talking about him. Oh yeah, I talk about guys in the band or what. All right, I get. But when it's like a past relationship, it's like, Oh, Junior. Oh, Junior. Oh, Junior. Junior came out of the hole, which the wildfire, you could tell because there's some remnants of pieces of wood and burnt wood and whatever. But he came out of the hole, and maybe he's trying to get something to eat. Hold on, let me see. Junior. I think. Hold on, we're taking a walk again. Junior. Let's see it. No. He's not. I think it's a sheep, tell you the truth. But yeah, what? See that would be a good place to make like a scary movie, right? Yeah, where is he? Junior. He hates me. Oh, there he is. There he is. Yep, he wants to get something to eat. Come on, Junior. Junior, come on. And that doesn't make any sense why he ran out of that side hole and then came. Junior, where are you? Junior. Well, there's Panther, and there he is right there. Oh. Hold on. Whoop. Junior, you're on candid camera. There's Panther. Hi, Panther. How's your foot? Oh, is that a spider or a fly? Yeah, there's a fly in the water. I usually put the water on the steps. Junior, Panther, where's Junior? Junior! Dinner! Where's Mama, Panther? Dinner! Oh, here he comes. Yep, there he is. I don't know if you can see him. Junior, now he's run off. Anyway, I can't bend down that much. But, I put the water on top of the steps. So, like the possums, the raccoons, even the cats can go on the steps. He does it, underneath. I don't know. We're walking, guys. We are walking. I hope this doesn't turn into a Minecraft stream where it's all glitchy and like that, you know what I mean? Oh, you know what? Do you see this? Cobwebs or something on that tree branch, like right there. That's weird. Hope it's not a recluse. So, all right. I am sitting down. Whoops. Nope. Sorry, guys. So all that time I was talking. I said all that stuff, important stuff that connected what I just did a few minutes ago. I'm muted. Well, that just sucks. It still sucks, honey. Because I had a message that I was connecting what I just did there to my recovery, to my, and all this stuff. And it's muted now. It was muted all that time.
Practice now. You get to tell the story.
No. Oh my God. Look at my hair. Rookie mistake. Well, actually, I blame it on him. I blame the muteness on him. Because he was the cameraman. He probably pressed the mute button by mistake or something like that. Okay? But now I have to... Oh my God. Cherokee! Cherokee! Psst, 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 come here. Oh, there's Lunar. Lunar! Now I forgot what I was going to say. And I guess, you know, a lot of these you know, like these stream coaches or whatever saying, well, yeah, that's why, you know, having a teleprompter is good. That's one of the reasons why you should have a teleprompter. I don't do that. I don't want to feel boxed in. Damn it. Look at the two cats. Oh, look at the two cats. Now they're not looking at me. Woohoo! Lunar! Cherokee! Oh, here he goes. He's the hunter! Cherokee's a hunter. He's on the prowl. Look at the way he stalks and pounces on mice. I'm breaking up the monotony, guys, okay? Because I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to say next. He's the hunter! Somebody put Dockin on. I actually made a song about Cherokee. Cherokee! Oh, he's... Cherokee! Come here. Yeah, look. Hold on. Like I told you guys before, right? Cherokee is a hunter. I mean, he's really good at it. When he was a kitten, I think Lunar taught him how to climb trees. And that one tree right by that shed right there, like right there. Oh, I see a dog. Or I see a cat. I saw something moving. Oh, he's But he climbed that one tree right by that shed. And he was a kitten. And I actually made a short about it. Who let the dogs out? Rough, 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 rough. But yeah, he's a hunter. So I think Lunar mentored him in climbing. I don't think he climbs trees anymore. He's tracking something. Come here. You want a treat? You want a treat? Of course you want a treat. I don't have any treats. I'm a bad mother. Here. You want a treat? Come on. Cherokee. Come here. Come here. Come here. He always ignores me. I think he knows I don't have any treats. Come on, come here. You want some Java Monster? Anyway. So that's Cherokee. He's the hunter. I have actually a song about him I wrote. We do have like cat cams, but we can't figure them out. But I think Cherokee would be a good candidate for the cat cam. Anyway. I'm back. I can't figure out. I said something about recovery, and I told you guys there is a connection with what I did a few moments ago, and like with recovery, right? I was a chronic relapser. I was a chronic relapser. I wanted to do things my way, either my way or the highway. I still wanted to party. I still wanted to do what I wanted to do, even though I had kids. I still love my kids, but I still wanted to do what I wanted to do. Um, and I knew I was a junkie and an alkie and all that stuff. And most acts and alcoholics do, okay? But it's like, you're like, well, I'll switch to smoking more pot than Coke, or I'll just, cut down on the beer and I'll just have 2 jiggers and what, you know what I mean? You know what? But for me, recovery is you can't do it half-assed. You have to be open. There, do you know how it works in the program or how to recover? HOW. How you recover is by listening to suggestions, by actually doing suggestions. By staying away from people, places, and things. Working the steps. I know people in recovery are not fond of AA, NA, whatever. I get that. Okay. I'm not fond of smart recovery. Okay. I'm not. Because to me, it's really, you're still in the vicious cycle. I had to do it for myself. I couldn't do it for my mom. I couldn't do it for probation. I couldn't do it for the courts, the judge, my kids, whatever. I had to do it for myself. And even if I went to my nth rehab or detox, even I knew what they were talking about and what did I do them? No, because I wanted to do what I wanted to do. Right? Right. But once I got sick and tired of being sick and tired, what? In that hazy, smoky room I was in with my friend, so-called friend, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to get a rehab. I'm done with this. And he's like, yeah, yeah, you'll be back. We'll see you later. I'm like, oh no, I'm not. And I went, and yeah, it took me a week to get back to that rehab, and they knew me. All right, they knew me, and they saw me, pour out my guts about my kids and what's going on with my life, and the agony, and the bitching and moaning, yeah, whatever, right? But I went back to that rehab, and I actually took the cotton out of my mouth. Sorry. Yeah. Took the cotton out of my ears and shoved it in my mouth. I'm going to say it again. And there's a reason why I'm saying it. I took the cotton out of my ears and shoved the cotton back in my mouth. You know why? Just shut up and listen. Not hear people, actually listen to people. To identify with people. Actually work on myself. Even though it was painful as it was. Getting clean and sober sucks. Because your emotions are going every which way. You know, it's like you feel like a extreme manic depressive or whatever. You know, it's like sometimes you want to just get up and freaking leave. You know, it's like, And the last rehab I went to, Mr. Cook, who was my baseball coach back in Denville, New Jersey, and his wife recently died, Becky, and she was a part of the tough love group that my mom was in Denville. She passed away, but he used to bring, and during my travels, I would bump into Mrs. Cook and Mr. Cook at AA picnics or AA youth conferences or AA convention or AA, like I said, picnics, right? Like, oh, Vic, so glad you're here. I was like, you live in Denville. Why are you up in Sussex County? It was. I was like, did my mom put you up to this? Or whatever, she wouldn't have known I was there anyway. But Mr. Cook, and I feel there was a reason that maybe it was a divine intervention. He always used to bring meetings to detox, to rehab in Sinclair's, okay? But this time was different. He's seen me there many times in detox. He's like, when is enough? When are you gonna, He was like a father figure to me. He really was. And he's my baseball coach, and but he wasn't looking too good. He wasn't looking too good. And he's like, oh, Vicky, you're back. Oh, is this going to be the last time? I'm like, Mr. Cook, this is going to be the last time. I promise you it's going to be the last time. I'm so ready, And of course, he was cautiously optimistic. But I think he knew. But it was funny when he brought that meeting into detox. Guess what happened? I was sitting here. He was sitting there. My best friend was his son, Richie. He hung himself. And please, if you are triggered by what I just said or whatever, you can always talk to me in the chat. I'm here for you. Let's have a dialogue about it. If you're not comfortable talking to me in the chat or in the comments, please pick up your phone and dial 988 Trained counselors are on call 24/7, 365 days a year, and it's free and confidential. And you'll see uh, a lot of other resources in the chat. Anyway, but I felt this time was a divine intervention. With Mr. Cook, my old baseball coach, and me. We opened up the group, the meeting. We said, the preamble and stuff, and the steps and the promises and all that. But guess what happened? The focus was on me. The focus was on me. And of course, I got a big head, like, yeah, and we talk about old, glory days, But he put his focus on me. And he asked people, like, what do you think of her? Like, what do and people were saying, oh, she's strong, she's very dominant, or what, and, she's funny, she's out, whatever. And it was his divine intervention to build me up. I truly believe that now. I truly believe that. So we ended the meeting with the Lord's Prayer and stuff, and I was like, you gave me all this attention, like, why? Like, just, and he told me, if anybody could do it, you can do it, Vicky. You can do it. I've seen you out on the baseball field. You can do it. You're a smart girl. You can do anything that you put your mind to. You know what? And I'm like, well, and so I'm like, what's going on with you? Are you okay? Are you? And he says, yeah, well, I've been sick and all that stuff, and I gave him a big hug. And I said, thank you for everything. Thank you for being my baseball coach. Thank you for being my father, my father figure. Thank you, thank you for being my mentor. He can't be my sponsor because he's a male, right? So I said mentor, and just say hello to Mrs. Cook for me, and say hello to Tim, and me and Tim had a falling out, actually. But that's neither here or there, whatever. So, he walked slowly, and I walked with him to the doors and stuff. And he gave me a big hug again. He says, I hope I see you soon. But on the outside, at meetings. So he's talking to one of the nurses and stuff. And so he, I walked away a little bit. And I tried to eavesdrop, okay? Because I knew he was sick, and because I cared for him. He was, he was my baseball coach. So he walked out the door. And I went to the nurse, and I said, what's wrong with him? And everybody knew me in there, and a lot of nurses, and I'm saying this, a lot of people confided in me, okay? I'm not one of those, like, skeezers or, like, just, but a lot of people confided in me, even the nurses did, okay? They saw something special in me. The judge saw something special in me. A lot of people, okay? Anyway, I'm not getting big head, guys. Okay, I'm not. I'm just saying. I had to figure it out for myself. Okay, I had low self-esteem. I had low self-respect. I didn't care about anything. I didn't care about myself anymore. I didn't care if I died with a needle in my arm. Okay, I was like, fuck that. Excuse the language, but I was like, you know, I knew God was watching over me because, like I said, I should have been dead. So I asked the nurse. I said, "What's wrong with Mr. Cook?" And she said, "Well, he has cancer, prostate cancer, but it's in stage 4." I was like, "What? No, 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 what? No, no. They didn't get it all. No, no." And I was like, "No." So to me, God sent him, and I went, "Oh, hi." That's my sister-in-law. I got whatever. So anyway, they're taking a walk. I love your sundress. Very beautiful. Now there's Taco. Anyway, I guess they heard a lot of things I was saying, right? Because I have such a loud mouth. Because I'm from Jersey. Anyway, but my heart was crushed about Mr. Cook. And I truly believe I was sent to rehab when I was in that smoky crack house and whatever, and saying, I'm done with this, I'm going to rehab, and, yeah, whatever, I was sent, and I wanted to go on a Monday. It was a whole big fiasco, but my friend Tanya brought me to rehab, even though she was going to say, screw off, get somebody else to drive you or whatever. All right. But I was put in that situation in detox. Okay, I went to other rehabs or whatever, but I went to the one that I usually go to. It was in detox and rehab, whatever. Okay, and then he walks in, makes me the center of attention, and I think he meant to do that for a divine intervention, and just I hope I see it again. So you have to think about this stuff. I think about Mr. Cook. I talk about Mr. Cook. I even, when he died, it was actually in 2000. I was in the room in Second Center, living in Second Center, and my mom called me saying, "Oh, Mr. Cook died," and I think it was 2000. I think it was in 2004, maybe 2006. I think I see a bunny rabbit. Oh, hold on. I see a bunny rabbit. Hold on. I see a bunny rabbit. Look. I see a bunny rabbit. Nice and slow. See as it goes. There's a bunny rabbit. There's a bunny rabbit. Yeah, he's gonna. Nope.
Can you tell Jimmy to get his flashlight?
Yeah.
Jason needs it. Needs him and his flashlight back there.
All right.
We need a flashlight. Baby, love it. I think Jimmy's on his way out to help you, babe. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Got an idea.
Well, sorry guys. No more bunny rabbit. Oh, there he is, right there. Come on. Oh, great. Dogs.
You on your phone?
I'm filming. Say hi. That's my niece-in-law, Cindy. Yeah, I do live streams on YouTube. I help other addicts and alcoholics and stuff, and sometimes I just film.
Are you online now?
Yeah. But my whole stream is, I don't do this for the fame or the money. I just do it to help.
But they pay you though, right?
Hold on, give me the cream. Oh, I gotta give it right back. I don't,
Right.
unless they say, well, we want you to get another camera.
Right.
You know, but they give it right back to the street.
Oh.
Like, I'll give, you know, give away the money, give away, you know.
Right.
But it's an outlet for me.
I get it.
And
Glad you're able to do that.
it's more, you know,
Like the glasses, those are freaking cool. I know you would.
always use that slogan, being a wildfire city. That what happened.
Right? There's wildfire.
2 months ago,
Yeah.
I did too.
Yeah.
You know how people,
I
how
do.
people is.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, this is what I want you to do. I want you to protect every life in that property. Get Jim and Cindy and Nick neighboring right now.
Yeah.
Do it for me now.
Wow.
I will shoot you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
That's how much those back down.
Yeah.
He gave me one eye.
Mm.
But it wasn't very much.
Oh no!
All right,
No!
Sorry.
Yeah, I heard that before.
So,
That's a cliche.
yes, you're wild.
Right?
So, creating a wildfire community.
Yeah. Good.
We,
I like that. I like that.
and now, our whole studio, when you walk in or you go back YouTube or whatever, it was wild.
Good theme.
Well, I had a theme, but I had experts on my screen. So I'm talking about 3 experts. They walked in, or not walked in, but they were just put out. It's just so, you know, come on, wildfire. You know, wildfire community, come on, let's go. Yeah, yeah. So, I got neon lights.
Wow. That's good. I remember the light showing up in the middle and all that stuff.
And he said, don't get more light. Don't get more light because you're gonna blow circuit or something.
Right?
No.
That could happen in a
But
trailer.
I'm proud of what I built.
Well, yeah.
But on that
Good.
side of the house is a hole. It's melted. A few logs or whatever. But I guess has been sturdy, melted the whole thing. My studio, or not the same, like a whole house. And that one branch, that night,
Wait, is it still there?
yeah,
Let me see.
don't go away, buddy.
I've seen another one.
I ended up in the emergency room, what, a few days ago, because I got up, I felt dizzy, and I walked, and I tripped on someone in the hallway, and I could move. I was moving. And Jim, he's on party. And plus what's going on with the driveway, right? So, just like Vic, just lay down. I'll give this. I'm like, no, my back is getting good. So I'm trying to go. I have to go to work. I said, right now you focus on me. Well, if you get on the couch, you focus. I did. And here's the, they know where the house is, right? All right. I was like, oh. The guy comes in the house. Thank God we have a front door. And he's like, well, we can't get the ambulance in the driveway. He says, if I pull off my truck, you can sit on the tailgate. Because I've gained a lot of weight. Okay, I know. You can sit. I mean, I think it's fun. I know, but they because of mud and all that stuff, right? But this oh, I know that too. But this is like the heck thing to do. Just get the truck, put her on. You know, like I'm a buck. Put her on. You know. So he said, "Can you walk down?" Now he around because those steps I can't walk on. So I said, "All right, I'll try." And here he pulled up the truck. That the tailgate doesn't, you know what I mean? So they got me to the driveway, and he said, "Okay, yeah, they didn't carry me out like a couple times they did. Anyway, so so I wasn't so much pain. They know I'm in the car. They know this by going. That's because I'm responsible for myself. Even if I know the doctor, I know. So I don't ask for anything to it. So I was So the guy said, we're going to keep this work. You know, well, I mean, but the thing is, they know I'm not there to get off or med shop or whatever. So they know that. But if I was really, say they shot me up, like, I hurt. But I know it's their pain. So they took me over to OSU. I'm still in pain. They gave me a CAT scan and everything else. And Jim, where's Jim? Oh, he's coming. All right, yeah. Here. Okay. The doctor comes in. This is what's your pain level. And I hate the pain level system because that's what.
I'm gonna have to go lay down. I'm gonna have to lay down soon. So I'm sorry. I didn't wanna come over and do all this. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to handle it. That's right. I'm not right there.
You know, it's right because of he's awesome too. I don't know. I've never gotten to this.
Show me your nature.
Can I give you a hug?
Yeah.
Peter, I love you. You know, we could be close.
Mosquitoes like redness too.
I know, but
Oh, you got butterflies too.
yeah,
I didn't know that.
we're sisters now.
There is so
Yeah. No, I'm a rock action sister. No, yeah, you know what? We talked about that on stream last night. And stuff. I mean, you remember, you know, the Taylor Bell. And so, yeah, so yeah, you're no, I'm your action sister. You know how
right.
but, you know,
That's great though. I'm so glad you're doing
It's not long. It's a lot of work.
It's
It's
good
not
for you.
just like, it's not just filming stuff. It's actually, you have to take a video, edit a video.
I'm happy that you're doing that and doing that for yourself.
Yeah.
You have fun.
Yeah, you too. Take care. If you need anything, I'm being sincere about this. If you need anything, knock on the door.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I mean that.
Thank you so much. You too. It's like when you need a cigarette. You say, all right,
Yeah, right.
let's go, girl.
Yeah.
I know.
Yep. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I am so sorry about that. I was talking to my, I just call her my sister-in-law. But yeah, my legs are killing me. I'm not gonna lie. I had to sit down. Oh my God. Yep. And hey, you can see the flag a little bit better now, right? Yeah, I apologize. She's family. We don't talk that much, you know. Even though we say we should talk to each other, but you know, and it is what it is. You know, she knows I'm in recovery, and she is happy that I'm doing this. But it's been 4 hours, guys. 4:21. Ho ho ho. Ha ha. Light them up, guys, if you have them. Ha ha ha. I'll light one up. Light up a cigarette, okay? Cigarette. Filtered cigar. Not. Yeah, I mean. She actually lost weight. I need to lose weight. That's what I was trying to tell you guys. That's what I was just trying to tell you guys. All this is connected. Food can be an addiction too. Sex can be an addiction. Gambling can be addiction. Shopping can be an addiction. Everything can be. Cats can be an addiction. Hoarding. You know, it's all about control. Hoarding. That, you know, they have. But so what I'm trying to say is this, guys. Can you still see the sunset? I don't know if you can or not. Hold on. No, it's gone. Guys, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Sorry about that. And but if this feels like a Minecraft, you know, stream where everything's glitchy or whatever, I apologize. But it's been 4 hours. I expect to talk to my sister-in-law, well, Cindy, or whatever. But that's what I was trying to get at, guys. This is all connected. When I was in recovery, I'm in recovery. You can't cut corners when it comes to recovery. You can't cut corners when it comes to your recovery. When it comes to, it could be a life or death situation. You know, I mean, you can't go just from here and all the way to here, just jump all over all the things like an evil Knievel, hoping everything's going to turn out all right. It's not like that. You know? And now, you know, it's the reality with me is, and I know I'm overweight, okay? I know I'm not the healthiest person, okay? I love to eat. You can't tell, can you? But if I And I've been in denial about, like, I mean, I'll look at myself in the mirror, I'm like, oh God, yeah, look at me. You know, but my mind is something different, right? So I told you guys I would do what I was going to do. And it wasn't for you guys, it was for myself. And I don't take myself too seriously. I really don't. Some people might think I do. I really don't. Oh, you want to get up? Lunar wants to hear my story. Hi, Lunar. Hold on. Wait, what are you doing? Lunar. Well, I can't. Lunar. Well, anyway. Diet does matter. Okay? I mean, when you're first getting clean and sober and going to a rehab or detox, do you notice that hospitals give you high carbohydrates? Like a lot of pasta, a lot of like starches, and all that. You notice that? They do that for a reason. To just get your metabolism starting again, to get you healthy again. Um, so, I know that I need to lose weight. Because it will help me get healthier again. Especially like the pain with my back, my legs, my hips, right? And it's not going to be easy. People take, the stars, celebrities take that Ozempic. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's a drug. It's like shooting up. I don't know if. I heard, I don't know if it's Jim's voice or whatever, but so, it's like, I'm sure you guys go through the same thing. It's like, oh, I feel like I'm 21, and, I'll joke with you guys saying, 21 forever, baby. I'm 21 with, 34 years experience. In reality, I'm not. 40 years ago is a long time. It wasn't just yesterday. It seems like yesterday, but it's not. I'm so freaking darn lucky that God gave me a chance at life again. Yeah, I go through pain. Okay? Sometimes I can't take the pain. I'll admit. It really, But you see me today, like moving around, walking around, talking with my, Cindy and, and all that stuff, right? Doing barrel rolls, we'll call them. See how I'm laughing, guys? I don't take myself too seriously. Hell, I could even try to be a wrestler now. Or a manager, a wrestling manager. How about that? I had the personality to be one. Anyway, but I have to. And I've talked about this before to doctors or whatever. And oh, Cherokee! Lunar! Oh, I saw Junior and Cherokee underneath run through the, whatchamacallit, the hall where the wildfire was, you know. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is this. I've talked about cutting down on my smoking cigarettes. I smoke a whole hell of a lot, I will admit. I eat not very healthy, even though I love to eat salads and carrots and greens, and I do like to eat vegetables with my meal. But because of my pain and stuff, I cannot stand for a long time. Okay? I can't. And a lot of times it chips away at me because I feel like I'm a failure as a mother. What is that? Is that a... Hold on. Is it... Oh. Sorry, guys. Oh, I saw something moving in the grass. But Lunar was caught or something. But if I get myself healthy again with eating right, okay, by actually not eating convenient meals like frozen food, like with, you know, frozen lasagna, like Stouffer's or, you know, whatever, like eating good foods, snacking healthy, like eating blueberries, and all that, walking, you know, if it hurts, just taking baby steps like I did in my recovery, I did for myself. And it's hard to do. It is hard to do. That's why, you know, you can't do recovery alone. You have to have a sponsor. You have to go to meetings. You have to reach out to people. You have to get involved with a program. You have to, you know, they have meetings online you can go to. They even have Overeaters Anonymous online. You know, I've talked to the doctor about not smoking. I've talked to people in the hospital about having a nutritionist because I know I can't do it alone.
May have found a problem.
Found a problem with what?
Water.
He knows he's not eating right. I feel bad for him because when we were first married, I cooked delicious home cooked meals. It wasn't frozen food, or maybe it was like, you know, like say mixed vegetables, whatever, you know, stuff. It wasn't like, you know, like, you know, Stouffer's enchilada mix or whatever. You know what I mean? he's been in weight programs before with his ex-wife. I think he went to Weight Watchers, but I think Weight Watchers is defunct now. I don't know. But sometimes, like, it's like with any other relationship in recovery, right? It's like okay, Jim and I want to lose weight together. Okay, all right, partners, right? Yeah. It's like two junkies getting together again. Because if one does really good and the other one relapses because they think they're doing better and whatever, it's like that's how it's done. So if I want, say, Taco Bell and he's like, no, we're gonna go for a salad or whatever, it's like I'm pulling him down. Or if he says, well, I want to go to Pizza Hut for pizza, I'm like, no, I want to eat this or healthier or whatever. It's all about portion size, and you know how it is. It's complicated. But by me showing you that in my brain, it's like, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. But in a way, I have a little fear, right? Because I want him out here in case something did happen. So that tells you right there, right? And I did it. It wasn't a cartwheel. They were barrel rolls. But at least I did 5, jumping jacks. I shouldn't have done jumping jacks. I should just did the cartwheels first and then, So, we all struggle with something, and when we're in recovery, it's like you have to try to find a balance. Because recovery, it's like, okay, you're in recovery from, drugs and alcohol, right? Okay. But then there's a lot of people that have poly addictions, like they cross over and have sex addiction or gambling addiction or shopping addiction or OCD or hoarding or what, right? It can cross over. So for me, it's about the weight and it's about trying not to So it's about not smoking. And I think that's the hardest for me with food, but I think if we're on the same page with food, but sometimes, like, I'll go research, I'll get healthy stuff, I'll try it, and with him, he'll go say Walmart or Cash Savers and just get whatever, just to get in and out, right? So it's all about meal planning. So, I love you. And I love you guys too. It's almost 5 hours and stuff. I didn't expect to stream for 5 hours. But thank you for joining me in my space, in my realm, in my neck of the woods. I truly appreciate each and every one of you. You. Please, if you're struggling with drugs and alcohol and or mental illness, you can always talk to me in the chat. You can always talk to me in the comments. I'd be more than happy to help you out. Like I said, I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. And the only reason why I stream is to help people. I want to share my experience, strength, and hope with you guys. And have a lot of fun. And have a little sanity. And insanity also. So, And also, if you don't feel comfortable talking to me, please pick up your phone. And I know your phone probably weighs 20,000 tons, okay? Dial 988. Counselors are on call 24/7, 7 days a week, 24/7, 7 days a week. Um, you're not weak for asking for help. You're doing something because you're sick and tired of being sick and tired. You want to better your life. You want to live your life. You know, you want your life back. So, with that, guys, take care. Be the white. Be the white. Be the wildfire. You know, be the wildfire of change, guys. You know, help somebody out. Talk to somebody. You know, reach out to them. Do something for yourself. Don't get sucked into the white noise. Don't get sucked into the darkness. You know how I roll. And I hope you join me and do the same thing. So with that, guys, I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live. And I'm out of here. And oh, you know what? Before I turn it off, I'm going to do this. I am a proud American. I'm a proud American. And God bless the USA. I'm not going to say anything about our president or anything, but just God bless the USA, and we live in the greatest country in the world. Okay? What the hell? I get a little bit.